Okay, I'm cancelling tonight's rant about the binaural dummy head. I've already done a rant, an update about the flea thing, so this is not about fleas. Okay, my the dummy head is just where. Hang on, get it right. Is just where my finger is pointing at. It's just there. The dummy head. It's got a missing ear because my cat Melanie, she ripped the ear off, and then she obviously picked it up and hid it somewhere. And I got a spare repair replacement silicone ear, but the reason I'm cancelling tonight is because I got no expandable foam because I made it by spraying in some expandable foam and then stuck the ear in position and waited for the expandable foam to harden, to go hard. Um, so I gotta leave this to another day or such, maybe next week, because I've got to order some expandable foam. Otherwise I can't fix it. I was thinking, maybe I could try and do it with what do you call it? What do you call that stuff? Something glue, hot glue, something called hot glue. But it's in a cupboard out in there, and I can't. I just can't be asked pulling things around, opening the cupboard. Just take it out. It's very reachable to get to, but I think I'll just use the expandable foam. So I'm gonna have to leave this the next week. Um, I was thinking about how Trinov go about their way of using that 3D microphone. Hmm. Because a microphone is a microphone the way it's designed, and the binaural head or dummy head, the binaural dummy head, because of the shape of the ears and the ear canal, which is only an approximation to where the microphone is like. It's not like how our ears are, unless you kind of put in characteristic frequency responses with a roll off. And there's one other frequency response that's applied. That's why you put the microphone so far back down. So the ear canal, um, realistically, I think is about 20. I think it's about 20, something like 20 millimeter. I'm maybe not too sure. I'd have to check uh, Google to see how far the ear canal goes down to the eardrum, which will be roughly approximation to where the microphone should be placed, because the ear canal, it has a resonant frequency, or where it boosts the frequency range between, I think, 2 kilohertz and 4 kilohertz, and it just puts this kind of hump in the frequency response, which you can see when doing a frequency sweep, uh, one before and one after with silicon ear, or even still. That being said, put a silicon ear, attach it to a regular calibration microphone, and you do two frequency sweeps, and then you see one sweep where it's, you know, almost kind of like flattish. It's not, but it's got ups and downs. And you do the other one with the silicon ear on, and at some point you see this rise going about 2 up to 4, and then it slopes off and rolls off again. And that's with the silicon ear because of the resonant frequency. And that's where generally we tend to say it sounds too bright. Yeah, I suppose it depends on the loudness of whatever it is. Mm. So it depends on the loudness and the frequency mix and so forth and, whatever. So, yeah, you got I think Trinos should have a new version or a software update. I don't know, I've gave a few suggestions to customer service because they're not releasing this thing yet. Maybe they might look at my post and think, "Hmm, interesting." Um, as well as things gotta be tested, haven't they? Y Test with other owner users to see how easily they can use the software program or such, and if some find difficult, depending on what how many percentage of those that find it difficult, and then you think, "Hmm, maybe go back, refine it a little until it's in a sense where it is technical, but it is so simple a child could use it." Because this thing with measuring sound and it doesn't need to be technically, um, in a sense where other people in home theaters say, think of it like as a luxury and all that. It is not a luxury. Measuring the frequency with a binaural dummy head because you can maneuver it in different angles. With the chin off microphone, they say it's got to be in this position, otherwise it says this and that when you know. But you got to think that sometimes audiences or we always move around, and given where typically where speakers should be located in a home cinema behind the projection screen. They should be matched. They should be a specific height distance behind the projection screen. And ideally, I stressed, I can't stress this any further. They got to be JBL professional, but there's just not enough of those secondhand on eBay. And there's a lot of home cinemas, and there's just not enough of those speakers available. Otherwise, you got to go directly to JBL and you gotta buy them brand new, and they're gonna cost thousands. Or you can just wait it out, put your head in the sand like an ostrich, and just wait about 10 years until a cinema sells them. But you're only getting older. Otherwise, it's up and down, looking around eBay for a specific model, and you need typically 3 of them for an LCR, for a common, LCR playback, unless you're looking for 5 or rare, looking for 7 so you could play Gravity back on Trinov, Dolby Atmos, 7 screen speaker. But, um, there's all things, like where the speaker's located, the HF horn mostly, because that gives up the directivity on its cue, the transparency to where sounds are positioned or happening on screen, because that's how they are mixed on a dub stage. So they are looking to position sounds and create a fake fabrication. So like say, like in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, where Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock, they talk. They knew exactly where to hit us. Who knew where to hit us and why? And then Kirk and Spock walk away, and then the camera moves, and then you see the turbo door open over on the right side. You hear the "sh," but you don't hear it like that, "sh." It's it's a very top end, very kind of sound because you got the competition of music and sound effects playing, and then as the camera pans, it like the turbo door that's over this side or over to the right side, it moves more or less to the center, and then you hear the turbo door closing with the same more or less sound. So that's, say, like timber matching. You got to equalize your HF horns. You got to make sure that they are exactly the same frequency, and it's a little bit more than that. It's a little bit more. If you overdo the EQ by cutting down frequency too much, you can make it very you can make it sound atrocious, and you wouldn't even notice the sound. You'd hear other sounds going on, but you wouldn't notice the other sound because you're cutting the frequency down, and it's within the sound effect, I think, is within a certain area on the soundtrack mix. It's not like a full range sound, it's very narrow. And depending on how far the camera is back and how what the size of the image looks like, and they're trying to match sound and frequency to the image size as such. Um, you don't hear too much of the doors in Star Trek 2 going sh left to right or such, or it's mostly centered and sometimes maybe over right or to left. Sorry, over to center or maybe over to left. But you do hear a few pans, with those typical Star Trek doors sound effects, like in the opening of the movie where Kirk Spock are walking through a corridor, and Spock asks Kirk, "Where you going?" "Home." And then he walks off screen, and you hear the turbo, or you hear the door going, "Shh," sort of thing. And then when Kirk's in his home, and you hear a chime going, like a doorbell chime, ding, in the center, and then he walks over towards the left, and then you hear the door going, "Shh," and then Doctor McCoy walks in, and then as he's in his home, then the door closes again. Shh. Yeah, quite a bit of the doors in Star Trek: The Motion Picture with doors going left to right, to center, and going shh, shh, shh. Um, I think Star Trek 4, no, Star Trek 5, Star Trek 6. Where because in the TV show it was all mono mix, and so you just hear all the sound effects, music effects, everything in the center channel. And then they came to the home DVD releases where they were remixed by one, and then suddenly you're hearing these dual pans where it's four, it four, it's 1.33 ratio, Academy ratio as such. And even though sometimes when things are over a little bit over to this side or over to this side or what, you hear the doors going shh, shh, and all that, and center and other sound effects, moving and such, moving or fixed positions. Um, and you think, wow, yeah, kind of interesting because growing up in here in the shows, just mono. Um, I kind of messed around many years ago with my dad's hi-fi system and playing, I think the mono mix on a cassette tape that I recorded off the TV. That was the only means possible when. Um, and then putting it through the hi-fi and then messing around with the tape deck sort of record levels, because 'cause you've got record level left, record level right. So they're kinda like dials, but not like sliders on a mixer, and just sort of turning it this way, turning it that way. So I kind of created a poor man's stereo effect, because that's all it could do. I'm afraid that the Sony tape deck. Um, but I wasn't interested in sound or listening to things. I was just messing around. One day, I was just bored, playing these sounds like this and that, and moving dialogue sort of like left and right and where or center, where I see things positioned on the screen and sort of think, I think the voice should be over there, or the voice should be there, or there. Um, yeah, it wasn't until decades later, and go to music and technology um, college, and you got all this, you got this what they call it, Cubase computer program on Apple Macintosh. I think it was an Apple Macintosh 2 computers. They also had Pro Tools on it, but um, Pro Tools wasn't part of the course to learn, because that was a different part of the course to if you want to join. And so it was just using a very simple program, very popular. I think they still make them, Cubase. Um, I think I've still got one of those programs, 'cause, the Cubase, program, that I could run on Windows computer, um, not that I could run it on Windows now. It's gotta run on the on a Windows operating system that is, oh gosh, 98 or 2000, and, plus a little bit more. It's gotta be, I'm not interested in mixing things now. Not interested. I just wanted to learn, see how how it was done. And once I knew how it was done, I thought, "Oh, well, is that it?" Um, but I am a very logical, deep listener, and, though there's a lot of things in a room, um, 'cause a room's gotta be specifically designed to be, so any sound coming from wherever it is behind the screen, and the room has got to look um, identically the same on the walls, side to side, um, with with higher and middle frequencies and such. Low frequencies, well, you got to make sure that the walls are pretty pretty thick and identically the same, because more or less bass levels will find a way through that and can change its wavelength and such. Its time delay or such. It could slightly alter it, kind of in a way where you think you're scratching your head and you're kind of puzzled, and until you go round the room and then you think, it's something to do with this wall here and this one over here. They're not. They look identically, but when you knock on them and so forth and everything, they don't sound the same. Um, and so if you would add microphones and all that behind these walls and that and do another test, you'll probably get results that will show. And then you think, well, looks like gonna have to do some modifications, which, which side of the walls do you do them? Well, you wouldn't do them. I wouldn't say go too far and do the modification inside the room. Maybe on the opposite side, depending on, you get access to that and you do some modification. Um, because if you alter something on the inside of the room, the thickness and all that could change the frequency may be on the middle and high frequency sounds or such, and they travel out and such, and so it's very technical to balance everything. I'm gonna get myself a beverage. No, I've got water to drink. I'm just gonna grab myself a beverage. Ugh. Take these cans out. Okay. Whoa, so busy. What's going on? What is going on? What? What is going on? There. What are you doing? Stop pulling all this down. I don't want to come into this kitchen and find water all over the place. You give me the meow. You give me the meow. Come on, give me the meow. Give me the meow. Yeah. Little buggers. That's now that's frequency. Which ones? The strength versus the sharing. On 800 rate. Steven Seagal. Motherfucker. Motherfuckers. Come to me. Come to me. Oh, we'll fucking stop you. Kids up. Either that or you're drowning, motherfuckers. Steven Seagal. Okay. You question me there. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha, you motherfuckers. Yeah. Pick the fucking fucking war zone, haven't you? Yeah, let me just go check on the laser bidding. Well, I missed anything out. How long's this show been running for now? Let's have a look at on there. So how long's this show been running? Is it over an hour? Yeah, it's almost coming up to 2 hour. It's coming almost coming up to 2 hour. Yeah. Just get a beverage. Doesn't matter whether it's cold or what, this beverage will warm up with room temperature in an hour or so. So what's the logic in trying? Yeah, it's okay as long as you drink it within a few minutes or such while it's cold, chilled. Yeah. Stephen says a Doctor Laser display had been 50% off. Cool title too. Steven Seagal. Oh, motherfucker. Gotta fix this. I've got to fix this. Shit. Careful. Okay, motherfucker. Well, I've got to get a fitting for this light. Got to get a fitting for that. My thing's kind of, well, it's kind of broken. Just get comfortable. So the doctor was telling me, most people kind of lean their head forward like this. Now, I'm laying down. I've got the laptop balanced and everything. It's not a problem. It's a little Chromebook, so it's not heavyweight. Most people got a laptop. They're a little bit more heavyweight. This is this is pretty light, so I'm quite relaxed. Just don't know why my blood pressure was very low tonight. Unless that was an error reading. Anyway, so binaural dummy heads and frequency response. Because there's quite a few things I can notice with the dummy head, where how you position it, what sound you generate pink noise from the screen channel, all the surrounds, overheads, below surround signal coming from behind, and how it appears on the RTA. And you look at those frequency curves in real time, because you can maneuver the head, you know, frequency graph that, my system can go infrasonic up to the highest frequency. What do I care? You know? I couldn't care less what, some other people that brag, the way they brag about it, like, I tell you, that video that was last night, or was it published last night? It was probably videoed maybe a week or so ago, um, when that guy's got a gigantic subwoofer in his room, what, 65 inches? And the difficulty that he had to try and get the thing down into his basement and couldn't exactly get the actual whole package down into his basement. He could only get the driver down there and then had to reinvent building a new enclosure box. Oh, yeah, the word from the sender was, "Oh, box is actually not really perfect. It needs to be built a little bit larger." They might as well just sell the drivers and not the box, and just say, "Build it to this volume size, put this thing in, and let your home theater float on this boat." If that, you know, and I could see how this guy's got his thing in his room and the infosonic and the cost of it, and based on laws of physics, I think it's just one of these crazy crackpot AVS forum members. The guy's, he's probably okay, but I think he's a little bit, yeah, it's just one of these other AVS, typical over the top sort of thing. But what is over the top? How do you define over the top? Maybe maybe the solar system that we are within is over the top. Hmm? Maybe the galaxy that this solar system is in is over the top. Some people, they just can't get a grasp of what reality and physics are, because I can see how far away he is from the speaker. I'm thinking, well, infrasonic lows are not gonna really do much. You'll probably get some, but you could do that with smaller 18 inches that you tune them and you make an array cheaper, does the exact same thing. Of course, you gotta make an array because of the efficiency, but I wonder if you still get, like, if you play a certain frequency, sine wave tone on the frequency, and then give honesty moving around, yeah, does it stay uniform? You can move with the microphone, you got this big ass 65-inch sub in your basement. You move around with a microphone, you use specific sine wave. Does it stay consistently uniform? I don't think so. I really do not think so. Not unless you got an array and you can be, you're testing it because you're looking to get a uniform response. So if you walk over this way, you walk over that way, this way, that, it stays the same. Doesn't much change in some sense, sort of thing, but it will. It will deviate a little bit. It's not like, say, being inside a chamber that's gonna be pumped up with atmospheric air pressure, PSI, pounds per square inch, and it's gonna be exactly the same wherever you are inside that chamber. It's the exact same pressure. That's air. But when you get the frequency, sine waves, that goes out the window, and you gotta figure it out. Yeah. I'm not saying the guy's sad, or I'm neither jealous, because the sad thing, the sad whole thing to this whole dilemma sort of thing is that it's not gonna do Back to the Future. It's not gonna you can play that sound effect that they're using Back to the Future, and when you see the frequency that in the sound mix, yeah, I think some people are gonna be a little bit disappointed, because it's just a sound effect, and the gimmick that's in the movie, that speaker is fabricated. It didn't exist. It's totally fabricated. It's made up, and the whole gag is the stunt double is on, what they call, like, some sort of catapult, and they've got all these boxes in the way, and the cameras and the so you don't see the gag. At a certain point, it flips and throws the stuntman. In reality, if Marty McFly was flying back something like 15, 20 foot and then hit a bookshelf on the back with his neck, that's the end of the movie. It'd be down the A&E, down the hospital. If not, it could be worse. It could be fatal. It could be fatal. So it's just a gag, just to so you go, "Ha ha 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 ha." But yeah, decades later, they're starting to make things like that, thinking it's gonna be an end game solution to sub bass issues. Otherwise, you need one of those things at the back of the room and the front of the room, because 'cause you're still gonna get a frequency null in the room, and then you can use 1,000,000 watts. It's not gonna do anything. Won't do anything. Not unless, of course, you move the speaker or you move your position, and then that dip in the frequency response goes from down there and it goes up, because of the way the nature of the way the room is designed, and you don't know what is those walls are made of, the floor, the ceiling, and that frequency is going to find a way. It's going to look for a way out of that room, and its frequency response is going to alter. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I mean, how much of the frequency response do I think I'm hearing sometimes at a cinema? Even though the auditorium is really designed for but it's not like, you're gonna buy a ticket maybe twice or 4 times, depending on how long that movie is played throughout the day, depending on the running time and all that, depending on the scene in the movie, and whether you take test equipment with you so you can measure. Otherwise, you're trying to base it on what you can just remember. You need some test equipment. Today we can have portable test equipment where we can go in and see what it's doing, and you can sort of like sit at the front, then sit so many rows back on the next show, and then go on the next show, on the third show, go back a little bit further, and on the last show, go right at the back of the auditorium and get actual factual data. Otherwise, you say, get cozy with someone and say, "Well, can I come in at a certain time in the day where you can run some." That's if they can, mind you, but they'll probably say, "Oh, they can't do this. We've got to get a sound engineer in and all this bullshit." Yeah, so they'll give you a bit of bull BS bullshit, rather than, get cracking and let's see what this auditorium can do. I wanna know what it can do. I'm paying this amount now for a ticket price today, when ticket prices decades ago were about that much, and it was good quality. It was THX sound system. Today, I don't know. Sorry, but I'm being biased and I can't trust it. I wanna know what I'm getting with my money, ticket price money worth, because we all test our home and we know what it can and cannot do. What it cannot do, is like, that's it. Unless you got a big garden and you build something out in your back garden that's gonna be a lot bigger than your room. And you design it so it has a slope so that the ceiling is flat up there, but the floor slopes down and it's all solid. And then you build on that foundation, maybe a wooden floor surface or such, and it's got to be carefully designed and everything. So that the low frequencies at the front build up, and the speakers positions, they're halfway, and then and the idea of it sloping at the back, and then the ceiling height gets narrower, is so it won't boom. Otherwise, you get close to the front, and where it doesn't boom. I don't notice it booming. In a home, it booms because of the shape of the room. What are you doing, Melanie? What are you doing, Belle? What are you doing up there? What are you doing? Yeah, let's see what laser discs are. Yeah. Oh, looks like I've got another Fly 2 on the way, flying to the UK. The other Fly last night, Fly 2. Damn. It was starting okay on side 1 and gets halfway through a little bit. "Whoa, what's going on?" I knew it had a weird thing on the disc, both sides, like a watermark, ripple, or whatever it was. I don't know what if that was condensation or something, 'cause that laserdisc had been sealed since 1989, 36 years, not opened. Yeah. Sometimes, you look at the laser database and any reports on laserdisc with laser rots issues, and usually you get none, nothing's been reported on this title as yet. And then you get ones where they say low probability, and then you get ones that say high probability, and then you get the ones that say avoid, because there's far too many reports on and during the production on laserdiscs back in the day, probably the studio or probably didn't bother to want to do um, reissues by looking into the problem and um, having the discs redone so they don't have this issue again. Um, maybe it was the cost or the expense or something, some studios so it's some laserdiscs that I got last night were sealed, and I was thinking, well, Back to the Future 2's got low probability, the same as the Fly 2, it had low probability. But I noticed this weird ripple thing or effect on both sides, and I thought, that doesn't look good. And I was thinking, does it look like laser? Because even Aliens, the power laserdisc pressing, the early power laserdisc analog audio, it's got these little dark specks on the disc, and even though Aliens, I think it's side 2, disc 1, side 2, it's got a little laser rod on it. It's minor, it's not critically bad, where it can affect the audio and make it sound like and you got the soundtrack running there, and you got this noise that's about there going. You just can't make out music, and you can't make out soundtrack basically. You just get this signal noi it's like being on the CB radio and the noise conditions just get a little bit noisier and the transmission's just there and you can just faintly hear this voice in the back of the box. Um, laser rot, yeah, can be a bit of a problem sometimes. If it happens on the small disc formats, they just don't play, period. Or, well, their early days, Warner HDVDs, they just play just a little fraction, a little bit of menu and that, and then a little bit of the opening, and you get into another or you skip to another chapter, and you're waiting, you're waiting, you're waiting, there's nothing happening, so it's not gonna play. Um, Usually, sometimes that can be the case with Laserdisc because, depending on how the critical laser drop is, you jump to another chapter and it's like the laser going up and then coming back down and being received, decoded, and everything else. It just can't decipher the information on the disk, and so it just automatically stops. Um, hmm, yeah, so anyway, acoustical sounds. So, we hear sound coming pink noise on one ear, on the right channel. It should go to our right side here, a little bit over to the left side, because that's how you monitor with the, dummy head, because you'd be able to see the pink noise is high on one side, and you can see the other side, what the frequency response looks like. So if you're near to a wall or not too far, because you are gonna be near to a wall in a home. In a cinema auditorium, you could be in the middle of the auditorium, and you could be many meters away from the side of the walls. Unless it happens to be really packed in the auditorium and you look around and you think, "Looks like I've gotta sit over to the far left or far right," and it's not gonna be the best spot in the auditorium to listen. You can watch the image still, not a problem, but it's not gonna be the best for audio or sound. And because it's fabricated, it's artificial sound, and you know, you're gonna be aware of the sound, but for most other people, they don't care because they only hear sound. They're not listening. They don't know anything about the technicalities. They know it's a movie and all this blah, 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 whatever. They probably don't give too much hoots about this and that. Maybe they do, but they don't know too much about sound, so they know squat. So they don't care if they're sat off the center line or they're far over the left, right. They don't really care. They just wanna be there with their friends or be seen or whatever. Um, it's just, nature, I think. Um, yeah, so you can do a lot of things with a dummy head, binaural dummy head. What's this? What is this? What's he talking about? Chuck Norris? Why does everyone keep talking about Chuck Norris? Oh. Oh, no, not Chuck Norris. Jackie Chan. Oh, alright, okay. Where's that 12 August keep coming up? Disney or what's it? Yeah, I'm waiting for other laser discs to arrive. Um, so it looks like The Fly 2, if it plays, 'cause that was starting to sound pretty damn good in Dolby Stereo last night until the laser rock came up. Yeah. Uh, so I wanted to go in the room tonight. I wanted to go in the room and use the ordinary microphones, ordinary calibration microphones, because when the system was connected going through the Trinov, no, connected going through the Storm Audio, um, I'll probably do some frequency tests. How am I gonna do that? How am I gonna do that? It's a little bit difficult to get behind the, and unplug a few lead, from the, so I have to undo the, what's it lead? The, I think it's HDMI. Do I need the computer lead? No, the Ethernet lead. Do I need to have that plugged into the unit as well? So I could no. I could just generally, because I've only got a few leads still connected to the Storm Audio that have got to be connected over to the Trinov. I could run a basic frequency response on the, Storm Audio and look at the RTA response, to see what the frequency flatness curve looks like with the pink noise, and then compare that with the, Trinov pink noise to see if they're the same level or if there's any roll off in the frequency in the high end. Um, because if there's anything there that's going on, I can compensate, make some adjustment. Yeah, a little bit more than that, because that's just comparing, the processor's frequency response, and then you gotta compare the amplifier, okay, frequency response, electronically. You gotta check it, see it's flat, it's not rolling off, it's going flat. And then you gotta then check with the microphones, pretty close to the HF horns are. I think I might do something different, later. If I felt that my body condition can maybe change in the next hour or 2 hours, thinking, I don't know, maybe maybe I should take another blood pressure reading. I had a reading this afternoon that was up to about 100. I can't remember what the numbers were now. Not sure if they were 115 or 120. Um, I know it was about 100 something. I can't remember what the number was. But what they tested earlier tonight, the numbers were like 85 or something, or 85, 46, I think. And they were low, and then I was getting this error reading coming up on my, ECG monitor. I couldn't figure out, "Whoa, it's got batteries being charged up, so it's not a problem there on the voltage." I was thinking, "Has my cat Melanie been messing around with the thing that I put around my arm to check the pressure, blood pressure level?" Um, because it's got this rubber thing in it, so it's pumping air through. I don't think it's venting or anything. It's pumping up pretty sufficient, so I don't think. No, if it was, I would hear a whistling sound or some sort of whistling sound If I thought if it was venting through the tube, oh, there's some sort of whistly sound. Because she'd only have to stick her claws in or bite it, and then I've got to buy another one, and then I've got to look for a one that fits that unit. Um, yeah, um, but my blood pressure was kinda on the low side, um, even when I saw the doctor, was it yesterday? Yeah, yeah, I think it was yesterday. It was on the low side, and we discussed, brief, is there anything that can raise my blood pressure level? So it's within this tolerance of a narrow band. So that's where it should normally be, and it should deviate variably up and down, but stay within this narrow band. But when you got maybe issues or such, it's complicated with my condition. Sometimes it go a little high, and sometimes it may stabilize within this narrow band, or it's going to go low. Um, yeah, and that's the same with frequency response. Same with frequency response. Similar principle. It's got to be you can only equalize a room over so many seats as such to be within a certain tolerance window, a plus and minus as such. And then when you go a little bit further out of that window, go a bit further back in the auditorium, the frequency response is gonna change a little. It's very tricky to get a something that's gonna be, but it's gonna gradually change as well as SPL level. The further you go back, the more less dB level would get coming from the screen channel, but the more level you would hear on the surround speakers because you're nearer to them. Um, and that's the same when you go a little bit closer to the screen channels in the auditorium with the seating. You're sat a little bit nearer, closer to the screen. It's gonna be a little bit louder, but also very wild stereo image. But the surrounds are generally gonna sound a little distant because you're a bit further distant away from them. So atmospheric sound effects, if any are in the surround, they're not exactly gonna match to what you hear in front. You gotta know how to design, balance the system in the room, and use a few technique tricks to, adjusting. Maybe also rehearsing, sound rehearsal. You, uh, you monitor the film mix by listening to how the surrounds sound on their own. So you turn off all the screen channels, sub bass, and you just listen to the surrounds, how they sound, and then you play the same scenes, repeat it, and then you turn one thing off, and you turn the screen channels on, and you listen to how they sound. You know, atmospheric sounds of anything that is there, or although I could do if I wanted to do, I could take the surround signal and put it on the front channels, put it on the screen channels, and you know what? It's gonna sound like, I want it on these speakers. I can't have these screen speakers all around the room and the floor, the ceiling. Not unless I got a very, 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 very large room. and I can design it that way. So using the same speaker, just like most people use the same speakers, but they're small. The problem is when you use small speakers, they got limitations. They're not going to sound cinematic, even in a small room. You're trying to, so why does someone buy a gigantic 60-inch 65-inch sub bass speaker, a Sendo? I think really they should be selling those speakers to cinemas, so that if they really do work, that is, and can be approved and all that, THX, are they approved really for cinema? Um, yeah, sure, great. It will and also sell them at a little bit lesser price, so to speak. So you look at otherwise, other engineers, I think, well, we could just use these 18s and so forth and just build a mutual coupling sub-bass array, and it's light years less than the cost of a single one like this that's selling at a stupid, ridiculous, absurd high price just because it's a large unit, 65 or 85, whatever size it is, 100-inch, whatever. Um, because then you can use an array of those things, those 60, 85-inch subs behind a cinema screen because the cone size. But it seems like now, looks likely, there are other people now trying to build and design these large units. So I would say it looks like Sendo is going to have competition, I would say, within maybe 4 or 5 years. They're going to have other, maybe JBL will come out with, maybe they're working on one now in secret and they're going to come out with one. But I wouldn't want it. So there's no point having it in my room. I'm just gonna get the same frequency node that you need one of those at the back and one of them at the front, and it's not gonna fit in the room. Especially when you can't get the damn things in the room. You measure it all and then you find out, it ain't gonna fit. That's why I measured 3 times those JBL 4675As, and I wanted to put 3 of them in the room. I knew they would do the I knew they would I knew what they are. I've heard them before. I've felt them before in substandard Dolby installation cinema and in THX ones, and so I know what I'm listening to. I know what how to handle that horsepower energy powerhouse. But I measured it so many times and it just wouldn't fit because the HF horn is just too large, and I wouldn't get 3 of them behind where I need to get 'em. Actually, they would fit, but not behind the actual screen, because they'll be a little bit too going a little one of them would be going over too far, and I've only got realistically 9 foot 2 inches to work with. The room will go over at least to about 12 and a half, I think. I think about 12 and a half, but because I've got a chimney breast in the room, and I can only work off that chimney breast to the other side of the wall, which only gives me 9 foot 2 inches. So, yeah, yeah, it's just one of these things you just don't think. And I think the other thing is the height of the speaker is almost crikey, I think it's almost close to 7 foot high. It's almost close to 7 foot, and the room is about 7 foot to 8 inches. So where the bass cab would have been located to the HF horns position, they just wouldn't look right in the room. They'd be great, absolutely out of this world, but it just wouldn't fit. Room's gotta be a little bit larger in its size just to get those to so I had to go for something smaller, and yeah, it works. It works. Still, it would be a little bit better if the room was just a little bit volume size was just a little bit larger, not grossly. I mean, this is a very large expanding universe and, it's can I just have a little bit more? Is that too much to ask for? It's not greedy or selfish or anything, is it? Look how large this expanding universe is gradually expanding, expanding. We don't know where it's going because we will never know that because it's impossible to leave the solar system. You can send probes out, but you can't send humans out. Our lifespan cycle is too short, and that is the facts. We're here to stay. How does it taste, Tiger? Mm, um, mm. Yeah, if I couldn't have the screen behind my screen remodified, um, it's a case of how easy it would be to put the other JBL 4645 subs, so they're not in a vertical position. So I turn them over because their height is roughly, oh gosh, anywhere between 40 inches to about 42 inches. And so their width is about, oh gosh, so you got 18-inch driver, 20, I think about 21 inches. So, okay, if it were turned over around the other way, depending on whether it could fit or that doesn't really matter too much if it's not really seen. As long as it's heard and felt, doesn't have to be seen so it looks perfect, and all symmetrical and everything. That doesn't really matter. It's only frequencies are only directional. Well, so they say. Um, then I could have the stage behind the screen lowered down a little bit because I only had it lowered down by about 8 inches because I had the HF horns almost near the ceiling. They're only about that far away from the ceiling, from the top of the HF horn to the and it was just way too close. I had it lowered down 8 inches or such, and it made a little difference in the quality of or not, I wouldn't say quality because there was still quality there. It just made a little difference in the directivity to the sounds, and it just made it a little bit more focused, sort of thing. But if they were lowered down just a little bit more, um, but not too much, mind you, because they still got to be at a certain height level so that they beam sound over the seating area, because that is the whole purpose of the idea. I see a lot of home theaters where I see speakers and I think, "Good gosh." That's gonna sound terrible in that room with with certain movies that I know off the back of my hand, and it's gonna sound terrible in that room. They probably think it's great because you know what? They don't listen. They just hear it. They just hear the sub bass and that, and you get wow and juicy and all, they get, that's all they notice. Sad thing really is, but and they wanna know more because they think, "Hmm, I know I'm missing something, but I don't know what it is." So they go and hang out on those, overrated AVS forum. "Oh, what's going on? What's going on here?" "Oh, still doing some Godzilla there." I saw some Godzilla movies back in the 1970s. They were probably from maybe late 50s or, maybe the 1960s. Colour, they were Japanese dub. Um, I just can't remember which ones they were. And the only one I can remember now, realistically, is Godzilla '98, AC3 Dolby Digital. I haven't got the AC3, I just got the DVD. So knowing Sony, yeah, it's a Sony, yeah, 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 yeah. I wanna get the AC3 Laserdisc and then I can quickly compare the dynamic range. I don't think I have got it on Blu-ray. I'm pretty certain of that. I don't think just DVD region 2, which is it's okay, but it's not perfect maybe, but it's okay. Oh, Clueless. Is that AC3? It looks definitely Clueless. Whoa. Hmm. Uh, I don't quite was it? Yeah. Is it there? Is it there? On this drink here, where is it? Can't see it. Oh, yeah, you can see it now. I don't quite like this one too much, but, um, when you open it and smell briefly, you know what it smells and reminds me of? It reminds me of air freshener. What the fuck? And I'm thinking, they haven't got actual air freshener in this, have they? 'Cause that's what it smells or reminds me of one of those fragrant air sprays, that make it smell like a garden. Oh, dear. Oh, oh, fucking hell. 'Cause, yeah, I'm just trying to think. You get a real fruit or something, and can you actually smell the fruit? Yeah, I think you can, but it's like an orange up close, and you can smell the orange sort of thing. A banana, I think maybe you could just about yeah, you can smell banana. Strawberries? Mm, apple? Not too sure. There's other fruits and such that maybe, you can smell, but notice the smell. Um, Yeah. My Macon cat, Melanie, she's a naughty cat. She's a naughty cat. She's a naughty cat. What you know? You're a naughty girl. You're being naughty tonight, haven't you? Oh yeah, I know, girl. I know. Have a scratch. Have a Kit Kat. Have a scratch. Have a Kit Kat. Want a Kit Kat? No. I know what you're scratching. I know what you're scratching. I know. Maybe a claw every now and then gets one of them. Yeah. Oh, got pierced by a claw. Oh, Batman. Oh, Batman. Batman. It's always Batman, isn't it? Yeah. I think I'm going to be in a state tonight to go in the room. I feel a little bit. I feel a little bit. Yeah. What's that thing? Um, better give a decent reading tomorrow. If not, I'm gonna have to, take whatever reading I'm getting because I think it might start to be showing some false or some really problem error things. I don't use it a lot. I don't use it that a lot, and the model is very discontinued. This model was introduced, I think, late 20th century. So yeah, it's a little discontinued. What are you looking at, Melanie? What are you looking at? And so I might look for another ECG monitor that's probably a little bit newer, but discontinued such, so also probably be a little bit lighter weight. Oh, hang on now. Oh, now. Oh, now. No, don't, no, no, don't scratch on there, Mel. Go on, go up there, girl. Go on, girl. Psst. No, don't you mess around with that ECG monitor. Oh, I've got some more fleas down here. This is a flea update. I'm adding it to this video. Yeah, there's a little bit more, there's water on the floor. And I can see a few more. I can see 2, 3, 4. I think I can see 4. I don't know if it's about the same as what it was last year or such. Those fuckers are gonna drown. Fuck it. Those fuckers are gonna drown. Maybe I should get my cat in the bath. Get my cats in the bath and give 'em a go over. Um, yeah, but still gotta tackle the issue. Otherwise they just jump back onto my cat again and I've just done all that. I might as well just comb my cats, keep combing and see them. They were going around in circle. They go around and trying to get out, trying to figure out how to get out of the water. It's only a tiny few millimeters, yet they're stuck in it. They can't swim or they can't figure out how to jump out of it, and they just drown in just tiny few millimeter of water. It's probably about probably about 2 millimeter thick or something. That water, those fuckers just drown. Fuck it. I'm not going to show any feeling. I don't feel pity or fucking remorse. Fuck 'em. They picked the wrong cat, didn't they, Melanie? Yeah, picked the wrong kitty cat. God, the more I think about that, oh, Tom and Jerry, Tom and Jerry, the art of Tom and Jerry. There's not many titles I've seen. I just got to ask him. Has he got Godzilla 98? So, hey, Melanie, Melanie, what are you doing? All right. Oh, he hasn't got Godzilla AC3. Oh, oh, bugger. Motherfuckers. You want to play with the vacuum now? Hey, I've got to put a wasset ring on this. So I've got to get, let's see if I've got any. It happens on these tubes, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh. I know now. I know. I know. You tell Bear. You tell Bear. All we got to do is hold out to winner. No, we don't wait. Somebody in this camp in what he appear to be. Right now, it could be one or two of us. Or any test. Whoa. Yeah, well, as long as it doesn't involve a couch being tied to a fucking couch, I'm okay with that. You all right with that, Mel? Hey, do you want to be tied to a couch? Get me out of this fucking couch. Get me out of this fucking couch. Oh, no, no, no. Mm. I think it'd be interesting also testing the surround speakers with the binaural head so that the pink noise, I know it's, um, generating both sides at the same time, or the left half, right half. Check the Dolby Stereo, uh, pink noise, or check the Dolby Stereo, mode on the Trinnov, for pink noise on the surrounds. So I've got A, B, Room EQ Wizard, one for left, one for right channel, and see if the frequency response is equal on both sides. And if there's something a little bit, maybe iffy or something, maybe say the actual frequency response or level gain levels or such, as well as looking for any unusual kind of dip that may it could be possibly polarity. Yeah, it's simple on the crown amplifier. If there was something, reversed, I can invert the polarity. Oh, Steven Seagal. Ah, I don't I don't know what's going on with KFC. I don't know why they call their meals at KFC. Get a load of this, right? Get a load of this. Dirty Louisiana box meal, dirty loaded fries, dirty dipping feast. What the blazes are they smoking at KFC? They call it dirty. You know, sometimes that cannot be too far from the truth, you know? It's like it's like they go on and pull the meal out of the bin, when customers don't e they can't eat all the whole meal, and they put it in the bin, don't they, at the KFC, and it's like they go and take it out of the bin, and then they're gonna just warm it up and then reserve it out onto the, delivery or whatever. Oh, they call it dirty. Oh, look, it's a woofer. It's a woofer. Woof, woof. Mm. Ooh. Oh, bugger. Oh, bugger. I wanted to get that. Oh, bugger. Someone just someone just won the Spawn, the Swarm, like the Towering Inferno, the Iron Allen movies with the killer bee thing. I didn't know if it was a widescreen or a pan and scan edition. I wanted to. Oh, bugger. I could have bid on that. I could have won that. And I just asked him if he could run it again, best out of 3. But no, not no. Come on, Melanie. Melanie, Melanie. Oh, bugger. Uh, who's the gravy? Oh, is that the gravy? Oh, yeah. What's going on? Oh. Oh, Nightbreed. I saw that movie at the Dolby Stereo at the Cinerama years ago. Mm, mm, Nightbreed. Okay. Steven Seagal. Fucking hell. How have I got to do Whoa. Dun, 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 dun. Don't you say that fucking word. Oh, for crying out loud, I've got to get this fixed. I've got to get a fitting for that. Oh, maybe get maybe get Steam Seagal to come around and fix it. Is this charger not? Oh yeah. What are my cats doing? What are the fur baby doing? Buggers, buggers they are. I see one of you motherfuckers down there, motherfuckers. Yeah, we'll get through this. We'll get through this, kitty. We'll get through it, kitties. Houston doesn't have a problem. Oh, Houston doesn't have a problem. Hey, Geo. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm just going to finish this show. Um, I'm done laser buying discs tonight. Crikey. How much laser discs have I bought in the last few months like that? Like, how much how much of this so-called, "Oh, it's perfect. It's oh, yeah, it's everything. It's UHD, it's 4K, it's top-notch. They're new movies, they're woke, they're crappy, it's Superman, it's Ferrari, Formula One with Brad Pitt and some garbage trash. I've only bought those disc format at around a ratio of 0.1%. I'm not into that crap much now anymore. I'm afraid the letdown is partly on Dolby Labs, the re-recording mixers, film studio, the marketing for the cinema, I don't really care for anymore. There are hardly any THX cinemas around anymore. No, there are no THX cinemas around anymore. Um, I don't care what THX Limited or whatever the heck Razors say they got, you know, it's not like it's not like the THX of the '80s and '90s. It's like KFC today. It's like something that's it's a little different, and no, God, gosh me, what the fuck did I just order? K fucking FC. It'll be here in about 20 minutes or so. Just dunno. I had a lousy meal tonight. Didn't exactly fill me up. Yeah, and I thought my cats have a better meal. They seem okay. They seem yeah, but they're carnivores, and maybe they want some get well, I've got to take all the bacon off, but no, I don't think so, because otherwise they're gonna have an upset tummy, you know, you gotta be able to have tolerance to that stuff today. I got enough KFC to sink a battleship, so I put it in the fridge, so I've got a bit of space in the fridge, so I can have little bits of microwave on oven mode, and just warm it up a bit. Don't wanna microwave it 'cause it comes out like, it's not the sort of thing that comes out wrong sort of thing. Oh, no, I could put it in the Acti fryer, that's it, the, air fryer. Yeah, pop it in the air fryer, completely forgot about that. Um, yeah, 'cause that'll do it a lot better, just a couple of minutes, just a couple of minutes, yeah, just warm it s what laserdiscs there tonight. I tell you, this seller here on, selling some laserdiscs here, for a moment, I thought I could swear I thought he was, Jesse Van Tira or something. He looks like just a guy, Jesse Van Tira or Veltura. What's his name? Um, I haven't got time to read. Yeah, this guy is selling bundles of laser discs. Oh, good. I'm pretty. Oh, hang on, Mike. Hang on. That's oh, I recognise the name there. Yeah, he's over on laser 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 base. So yeah, yeah. I can't send a wait for Bucks to reply to get an email response for a laser disc, but doesn't look like the seller may be active anymore. Yeah, can't remember what title it was. Oh, yeah, it was Earthquake Japan. Some rumors going around about how it sounds. different from the, USA NTSC. Hmm, but not as half as bad. I don't know, it's confusing, that Earthquake 4K Blu-ray, um, Dolby Atmos remix. That's very confusing because the tones that they're using on the LFE, um, 4 tones when the earthquake effects or whatever come into it, and I think there was a little bit more activity in it during the early part of the movie, where you get the first little minor earthquake, the opening on the DVD to Blu-ray, all the other previous pressings, there's no LFE effect being used, but on the, this new transfer remix, near field, um, there's these 4 tones. You when you listen to those 4 tones on their own, and you got the RTA analyzer or the, Spectrum Lab. You can see these like a series of sine wave tones, 25 hertz, 35 hertz. I think there's 3 tones actually, not 4. 25, 35, and 44 or 45 hertz. Yeah, I think that's 3 tones there. And if you look at the Wikipedia or you'll find the information on the history of Sensorant, I believe I don't know if the tones were I know they have a pilot tone on the film print, and it triggers. It's like what you have today. You have a thing to trigger the amplifiers and turn all the amplifiers on one by one by one. Um, so I don't know if that's well, legitimately what I was actually well, you couldn't really tell if you could hear it play. You know, when it plays, doesn't matter whether it's cinema or in the home because you've got other sounds that are playing and you get a masking effect, but you can feel this kinda energy, and particularly where you got the bass shakers, you can definitely feel the vibration. So you think, "Hmm, feels a bit different." And then you turn everything else off and you monitor and you can hear these like, "What is that? Sounds like sine wave tones." Um And they occasionally they change the amplitude on the frequency, kinda so like plays like that, continues, and then it kinda modulates a little bit, changes amplitude a little bit, and you see the bandwidth sort of going from something narrow, and it kinda goes like that, and, you can see what's going on, sort of, so to speak. But it kinda felt gimmicky. Um, yeah. So it's kinda confusing, because um, for many years, there's kind of obsessed people looking into the sensor realm. One guy down in Australia, and he built himself, I think a prototype well, not a prototype, but a very kinda crude circuit diagram, circuit board thing, do the tones, building, kind of censor around closure box. Because there are none that are realistically around anymore, so you get designs, you can build that design. Simple, um, yeah, but other people where they wanna recreate the sense around at a cinema, again, there's hardly any, very rare that is, there are hardly many sense around Mod 2 boxes, which are not very large. They've got a load of circuitry boards and such cards that slot into the process thing. There are not many of those around, even though a Universal, I'd imagine, not sure if they were actually building them on the Universal lot or if it was built by someone, another manufacturer for Universal, but apparently there were, I think, around the time, not sure if it was 600 or 800, worldwide sensory cinemas. So what so they must have had built a stock of Sensory Mod 2 boxes, meaning if they're still somewhere out around the world somewhere in boxes, unopened, brand new, that's in a warehouse somewhere, or they just went into the skip and down the landfill with the Steven Seagal flying around and got, like, melted down, turned into something else, maybe a microwave oven, who knows? So what happened to all those units, you know? Mm, yeah. So I'd have thought, other people made copy versions, and they look pretty decent from looking at pictures. They look like the actual thing. They really went to some, great length of, and got all the schematic diagrams, built the new circuit cards, and put all the components on. There was one that tried doing this is years ago now because Earthquake now censor around 70 millimeter. It doesn't get played much more anymore. Maybe the rarity of film print is, starting to turn the book, pink and, and maybe magnetic soundtrack is starting to wear on it. Um, yeah. But, one cinema built the modules, they had problems. The Some of the IC circuits or such, or chips on the, circuit card were overheating and caused a fail on the unit to generate the sensor effect. And then the last thing they could think of was trying to record the sound, put it on digital tape, digital file, and then put a time code on it, and then have it synchronized with the film. And they really wouldn't know the difference, I suppose. But all these other previous DVDs of Blu-ray and yeah, it's confusing. Is it a pink noise rumble effect? 'Cause that's what they sound like on the DVD, the Blu-ray. They sound like a pink noise effect. Like you got pink noise that's filtered. I think it's a rum and you can modulate the, attenuate the level, so it doesn't just sound like it's just continuously playing the same. You can adjust it so it gives kind of, effect, I suppose. So it's not just doing, but it's kind of doing that. It's kind of moving. Uh, yeah, I'm a bit confused. My only recall sensor had like a pressure wave that was moving forward and backward with the auditorium. And you could literally feel it, literally. Very sick feeling almost, but you discomforting in some but yeah, if you're standing on the ground and you feel the earthquake underneath the ground, you're gonna be effectively coupled with the ground. So you're gonna feel this, it's moving like this. And you just gotta, you gotta wobble around, aren't you? The ground is shifting and moving. Um, and of course, if it's doing that and you raise yourself up, you decoupled yourself from it. You don't feel it. You might just, I don't know, maybe you can just hear it just a little, but you can't feel it because you decoupled yourself from the surface. And that's how it should be done in the room today. Realistically, obviously, these earthquake effects or maybe ocean wave effects, because that's how an earthquake feels. It's like ocean waves, and they're just moving randomly in all directions, which is what an earthquake does. Yeah, if the waves get big, huge, what happens to the boat? It flips upside down, capsizes, which is, if you're standing on the ground, what happens? You fall over. Maybe you could do a roly-poly or, do a headstand, take a a picture of yourself while it's happening, maybe a video, 'cause if there's no video, it didn't happen. Um, yeah, you gotta make surface under move with bass, not just put in some gigantic 60-inch whatever sub-bass speaker in the back of a room and thinking that's gonna do it. More things change, the more they remain the same. It's the same in my room. More things change, yeah, and you do it at a lesser SPL level so that it doesn't hammer your hearing with stupid SPL level because if an earthquake's really going on, real thing, the real thing, I don't think it's gonna be doing stupid SPL levels 'cause all that energy's under the ground. But if it's an actual thing, then like they say, these walls have ears and sound can travel through walls. Maybe it does, I don't know. I don't know. Every time an earthquake happens in the UK, or very rarely, where they might be, 1 point or 2 point something, very short duration, and it's like someone says, "Oh, but anyone that was, awake or alert to it." So, "Did you feel that? Did you feel that?" And then, yeah, some of it passes this way. I just happen to be asleep, and I'm kinda fascinated by it. And yeah, I just happened to be asleep. Didn't even notice it. Didn't even wake me up. The epicenter was, Wales. That's about 80, maybe 85 miles. Miles is not that far away. Um, didn't even notice it. Fast asleep, fast asleep. Oh, what's going on? What's going on with lasers? I might just get one more title tonight, but it's gotta be something supremely very good. But I'm really done for blind laser discs for tonight. I must have bought, I don't know how many laser discs in the last few months, maybe 30. It's getting a little bit too, cluttered now with the shelf, so I'm pretty much, I've got no storage shelf space for laser there because laserdiscs should normally be stacked vertically, and now I'm stacking them on top of the other laserdiscs horizontally, and that's not the way to do it. That's the improper way, there's the laserdisc up there. You can see some stacked horizontal and vertical. That shelf, the 2 middle shelves, they're just chock-a-block laser, and some in the kitchen stacked, it's just getting now OCD. They offer the best sometimes picture quality. Yeah, sometimes I can't knock it and I think, "There's not much difference between this and the DVD," apart from just a few little video sort of, artifacts sort of issues that, but then I've seen some DVDs that had some really bad artifacts and thinking, "Why have they got these artifacts?" I thought they got past that in the the video engineering, and with what they got, and they should be well past all that. Yeah, I don't know how many titles Laserdisc I've got. I think it's well over 400. I think it's over 400, and I'm getting another Flight 2 on the way. The other one's got laser rot on it. So what the heck am I gonna do with the other one? Use it for clay pigeon shooting? Oh! Bang. What am I gonna do with it? Bin it? Or how smash it, break it, bin it, keep the cover. So the cover's about the only thing that looks so that's nothing wrong with, but the disc is with a fucking laser rot on it, unbelievable. I hope the next one does. I hope you checked it just to make sure it doesn't have laser rot on it. Otherwise, it's gonna be pretty waste of time sending it. It's like all those some of those DVDs, James Bond DVDs, THX James Bond THX DVDs. None of them work. Not a single one. I was thinking they got region 1 locked on it or something, and they don't. They just don't play. It's like MGM used I don't know what plant they would manufacture that or, what they're using, but obviously very good. But all the other later ones, the DVD ones, yeah, they're okay, no problem. Don't think the THX thing was worth it. It's That's about as far, isn't it? No, Stargate. Star I'm not really into Stargate much anymore. Only the first few scenes where it seems like demo sort of thing, but whole movie is a little bit slow sometimes, see all these movies where they show these things where Jurassic Park, the cup, the water, the ripples, and then Star Trek 6. No, Star Trek is it Star Trek 6 or Star Trek No, Star Trek 6, where you got the planet going kaboom, and you get the shockwave going out, and then the, spaceship that then starts to vibrate, and the coffee cup or the teacup, it starts dancing around on the table, yeah? Then you get, Stargate, and then they testing the Stargate thing out in the laboratory, and then you got a cup on a saucer, and it starts doing the shaking effect. Oh, what I'm sick and tired of this shit. Like, would it really, really honestly do that in the auditorium, or the tape dubbing stage? Is it starting to make things jump around? I don't think so. Well, maybe it will, THX Professional, is a different sort of thing to home THX. It's a different beast. You think it's just gonna be, when you check it out and experience it for the first hand, it's like crying out loud, "Wow." But those are very, very few rare ones that, some others that they just that they're certified, they do the dance okay, but some others just go like go really to town on it. Um, Imagine so. Yeah. Ugh, I'm feeling a bit hungry. That's 'cause I didn't have a decent meal tonight. Should be all Mhm. Did you say cliffhanger? Oh, cliffhanger. Oh, yeah, it's standard, pressing it came out. Mm. Oh, should be a few minutes. What? Did someone say Matrix? Education. Some educational laser. I think that makes the lasers too excited. It's got any Steven Seagal cards for it. Oh. Oh. Oh, dear. Yeah. If you think it's all about clickbait and not talking about acoustical and binaural and all that, I'm still thinking about it. Oh, where sounds arrive, what microphones, how to best is a binaural, dummy head. DIY, make your own dummy head for almost Well, a lot cheaper than these ones that they sell. Oh my goodness. I think Trinault should sell a dummy head with its processor and have a new have a firmware software update where, you know, do away with that kind of 3D microphone, yeah, because you can see how it works. When you go into the Trinos, you can see the, meter levels for the 4 microphones. They're doing this. They're moving around, you put your finger on, and you can bump, and you can see it going like, the response going, "Oop, boop, boop," up there, boop, 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 a little, because 'cause you're tapping. Um, but I've not tested that microphone yet. When I tested it, I didn't sort of like tilt it or move it, to see, not, the frequency response coming from maybe the front, so I tilt it and move it, move it orientate it. Um, Nor did I bother to check, what the actual pink noise looked like on RTA, not the RTA that the trim it was pretty basic. We check it on Room EQ Wizard, maybe 1/12th, maybe 1/12th octave, uh, and put a nice smoothing effect on it so I could see the frequency response. Okay, I think my order's gonna be here in a sec. It's gonna be here in a sec. I'm sorry, bungling around out there in the dark. Can't find. Man, gotta put Steven Seagal outside with a light on his head. What? Okay. So you get these deliveries, they just find they got all this smartphone stuff, and they can't even flipping find you. I'm gonna have a wander. I'm a wanderer. I'm a wanderer. Gonna have a wander. I mean, deliveries. Man, I bet he's across the bumbling in the blimmin' dark and dark. Oh, wow. Oh, 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 blimey. Bloody hell. Oh, oh, there you go. Oh, you said that. What's on the laser? Oh yeah, I got that laser. Chain reaction. Whoa. AC3 theatrical mix. Whoa. Come back. Come back. You want to try some? Just had a whisker. Your mouth just had a whisker. I'm having all this. Put the rest in the fridge. What's mouth do? There. Oh, no, the colour's not too bad. Great. They changed the colour. No, no, just being fair. Fair. Come on. It will disagree with you there. You're not
It's KFC chips or fries or whatever the heck they are. They were totally different in the 1970s. They're a little bit different. Now it's like they're kind of spicy, kind of different. Come on. Oh, don't eat characters. Probably it's Kentucky Fried Kitty. Please, I think could pull up. There. Oh, sneaking up. Huh. Oh, no. It's over. Oh, huh. There. That's a cry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, all right. You had a meal? Yeah, unbelievable. I can't remember that. Can I feel that? Can I feel that? Oh, you too. All right. Oh, oh, what's that? Juice in there? Oh, maybe if I ask is such and such. Uh, what do you say, Demi? Demi? Oh, I've already got GI Jane on the way. My goodness, GI Jane. I think they've got GI Jane 2 and GI Jane 3 coming out. Yeah. Mhm. Hmm. Oh, whoa, wow. Oh, just got that. Oh, I've got that. Huh. Why does everyone keep assuming these laser disc biddings are rigged? Oh, dear. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem my question. Maybe I'll try it again. I'll try it again.
I hasn't got any Hamburger Hill. Something about the DVD, the Hamburger Hill DVD. Is it Dolby, like, they're trying to make Dolby 5.1 out of it? It's just got a I don't know, the mix or whatever it's done to it just doesn't sound right. It's okay, it's got bass and things, but it's got something, else going on with it. It doesn't sound right. So maybe take a chance on a Laserdisc Dolby Stereo. It'd probably sound, well, more or less how it did when I saw it at the local cinema in Screen 2. So it's right, try which one's it? Is which one's replying? Oh, well, I can't see. Which one? Uh, uh, I think they should open the sealed laser disc, so you don't know what the condition's like when they be most likely they've been sealed for, well, since their street release date, and you don't know if they've got laser rot, they've got some other issue on it. It's best just to open and play just to, and then sell them. You don't know if the disc is cracked, if it got hit or bumped in a certain way because the weight of the disc, they're fragile. They offer theatrical, they offer PCM wonderful sound and, blue 4K, those are just old mixes. I mean, they're okay, but they're not like when it's older titles that you can compare, it's like, it's just not worth it. Might as well just get it on Laserdisc. Rosemary's Abortion. Oh my reminds me of a reminds me of, getting a takeaway pizza. I think it's some people now are just getting turned off by Martin Scorsese's violence. Probably just not into that sort of thing anymore. Back, years ago when you were slightly different age and that, and you think, "Oh, wow," and as you get older and you think, "I'm just not into that morbid stuff anymore," you just get turned off by it. I'm not even interested in much now maybe playing Cape Fear because brutal some of the brutal scenes in it, it's just like, eh. But, back in the day, you see that at the Empire, Leicester Square in Dolby SR, THX sound system, Cape Fear. Wow, that bass, flipping huge sound, flipping that huge. Oh, the Go got caged for letterbox, laserdisc, and, is it DVD? DVD's got a bit of a video problem where it kind of makes, where the image kind of goes stuttery for a couple of moments, and then it goes normal again. Um, can't play the D theater anymore 'cause the player doesn't work. JVC power supplies. Oh dear, which capacitor's gone faulty? So, that's something now I rarely play. I think last time I played Cape Fear, probably a year ago. Oh, Black Rain. Hmm. Oh, Lost in Space. AC3. Is that a rotter or is it okay? It's got low probability. Excuse me. What? Yeah, I watched all those cliffhangers doing the Lone Ranger or the I think it was the Lone Ranger. Yeah. Then yeah, all the cliffhangers. I can imagine so. Oh, alright. I probably didn't hear very clear on this video. Lost in Space sold AC free. Ah, I think Highlander's a little overrated. I think it's a little overrated. Put it on standard laserdisc pan scan. What? What? No kidding. What? Oh, that's bonkers. That's balmy. One side? What, for $1,500? Are you kidding me? I bet he's got you 571. Yeah, $800. Flipping that is nuts. He's gonna pay 800 for a flipping movie, for crying out loud. I mean, I'm sure you're not the only one on the planet. Where's my phone? Dollars. Oh, 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 you gotta be kidding me. $1,500. Oh, you're bonkers. You're bonkers. Oh, yeah. Got it. Flipping movie for $300. Oh my God. I'll pay under $100. Yeah. The only one on the planet. Well, what happened to the rest of them then? I mean, wait, tell me, Tango and Cash, 500? Outrage. Oh, outrage. Oh, yeah, I got that one. Got that. Yeah, one AC3 and Dolby, yeah, stereo. Yeah. Ugh. Crikey, it's like people that pay for art, you think you see this, like, picture or art or such, and everyone's got their phones out taking pictures of it. Think about it. You're just taking a picture of it. Some art that's gonna sell at a Sotheby's art auction thing, and it's gonna sell for some stupid $1,000,000, whatever. Just take a picture of it, and then you think, "Wow, I've got a picture of it," you know? Flipping heck. Oh, dear. Oh, yeah. What's that usually sell for, Lost in Space? Not much really. Much. Uh, sell for much really. This is where is he on laser? Yeah, I've seen him before. Seen him before, but oh, what's it look? That looks like the back cover of Independence Day. Yeah, it's got all the what's it inside it. Yeah, yeah, so doesn't it? Yeah, it's got the hologram thing on it. Mm. What? Oh my goodness. 3D live action collection. It's got THX sticker on it. Mm. 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 Wow. Mm. Mm. What? Ronald Reagan? Doesn't look anything like Reagan. Mhm. Oh, Pretty Woman. Oh, yeah, Pretty Woman in Red. That was I thought. Yeah. Uh, no one wants it. Uh-oh, Steven Seagal. I Okay. Ah, yeah, stay with that, little meal. Yeah, I feel full up now, but the other meal was like a diet watcher's weight blooming meal. Flipping heck, I didn't feel full up with that, blimey. It's not even a diet watcher's meal, but it felt like one. Might as well have been might as well have been a can of soup. Ugh. I don't think I'll be doing fish and chips later today because I feel I have to leave it till next week, so I just don't feel good this week. Flipping, delivery trying to deliver the order. He's going around outside like a headless chicken round in circles. Well, where the heck is he? Where is he? Is he over there or is he over this way? Every time I get deliveries round here at night time, they go around in circles. They wanna put some lights outside for crying out loud so they can see where they're supposed to deliver. Ugh, in the daytime, it's no problem. Nighttime, it's like, where does X mark the spot on this primitive, road map that looks like we're designed by dinosaurs? Say, "Hey, use Google Street Map." It's a lot easier. Oh, dear. You go around in circles, you know, your order's getting colder and colder and colder. Oh, dear. Oh, yeah, sneakers, yeah. Mm. I think Eric Robert touches his dress. Oh. Oh, dear. Both bad. Oh, dear. Hmm. Oh, see, my kitties were after the KFC, and then they had a wet food and I've got the biscuits now. Oh, oh, what about Bob? What about Bob? Is there anyone winning on it? No. Yeah, yeah, baked beans. Mhm, mhm. Yeah. Paul Newman, done some pretty decent ones and some, yeah, some lousy ones. Yeah. Uh, oh, Robert De Niro singing Italian. Man on the Moon. Hmm. What year was that? Oh, okay. Oh, good gracious. KFC. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, a bit of a vibration there. He's a sniper. Yeah. Yeah, I got that one as well. Why is it most lasers discs on there or some already got, um, popular titles, I suppose? Mm. Yeah. Rosebud. Oh, right. Yeah. Not everything's brilliant now when you think about it. Wow. I think the worst movie I got was probably, Pussycat. Mm-mm. Oh, Elvis. Mm. 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 It's gradually getting a bit cooler. Yeah, body temperature, 37 Celsius. Then, um, it's gradually getting cooler. Oh, yeah. Is there a widescreen version of that movie? Oh, yeah, Ten Commandments. Ark of the Covenant. Face melting. Mm, mm. FBI. No, no thanks. Is he? Mm, hmm. Yeah, attack him. Stereo. Yeah, yeah. This, that's disco. Oh, I had Ten Commandments AC3. That's interesting. Oh, 48. Is that widescreen? Oh, no, it's pan scan or, what about, uh, thrown through the fucking glass? Warsaw Warsaw Sky? Warsawski? That sounds like Warsaw Sky. How they pronounce that? Marvel, 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 Marvel. Oh, mhm, mm, mm. So, yeah, I got Beverly Hills Cop. Yeah, jokes. Okay, so I'm trying to think of some titles. Really, so I really want to get cleared up. Awful. Okay. I'll sort these laser discs out there all randomly off the shelf. I don't know which category, movie, studio, this, that. It's random. So it makes it awkward to look for titles. Ah, 'cause I know they're there. It's just awkward. Needle in a haystack. Mean anything. What about wonder what the AC3 is, 'cause would that be any different? 'Cause I don't know about the Blu-ray version, the Lotus. It sounds like it's been overdone near field mix, like really bloody loud. It just doesn't sound right. Okay. Yeah. Is that the letterbox edition widescreen? Hmm. Oh, okay. Mm. They do. Time after time. I'm pretty sure. Oh, Criterion. Yeah, I got. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, wow. Mhm. Wow. Mm, I'm gotcha. Mm. Crikey. Where's this guy gonna belong? Besides, young, so if he's on the east, if he's on the west coast, crikey, this is going to be on for hours. He's on the east coast. One, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's probably 7 o'clock. I'm 3 hours behind UK time. Oh gosh, this guy's gonna be on for hours. Oh, no, I'm not staying up. I gotta go. I gotta get some sleep. I gotta turn off and get some sleep. Otherwise, this is gonna go into 6 a.m. in the morning. Oh, 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 dirty. He's always dirty. We mean nothing wrong with Dirty Harry. He's Dirty Harry. He's really dirty. The prequel, Dirty Harry, is Filthy Harry. Hmm. Don't like, okay. Oh, I'm just getting sleepy now. I'm really getting sleepy. I think it's the meal I had. It's made me sleepy. Well, oh crikey, I'm nodding off. Oh, oh, oh dear. Hmm. Best of time, the worst of times. Hmm. Yeah, I'm waiting for one Pink Panther to arrive. Is it Pink Panther strikes? Mm. Oh, 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 wow, that is a touching movie. I mean, it's a sad story, but very touching and such. Is this a bed? Hmm. They don't usually advertise it like beneath the 12 race. Ha! That's mm, Mel Gibson again. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have to add to the list. Where is it? How many tires have I just bought? Have I bought 2 tires from him so far? I can't remember. I can't remember what the first one was. Um, um, uh, oof, what's the other title I got? Gallipoli. Got USA, that box USA. How come we got 2 of them? C35. What are the cats? What are they doing? What are they, my cats, doing? What are they doing out there? Come on. Is this a conspiracy? Come on, kitties. Is this a conspiracy? Come on, right now. What's going on? Whoa, you hear those biscuits there, Bear? Skits? Yeah, those biscuits. Right.
I think these water traps really work. Really, really do. Sandwich. What's that? What's he say? Right, tell it. Oh, God. Fucking hell. What the fuck? What the fuck? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, which one's that? Good trash. No, no.
Yeah. Some more of that air freshener drink. It does taste like air freshener. It really does smell like air freshener. My goodness. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. What's this? Hmm. Hmm. AC free. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Oh, boy, oh boy. Oh, oh, I would have been into that, but it's, mm, mhm, 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 mhm. Oh yeah, I already got that one. Free, AC free. Hmm. Oh, that's worth going for. Concrete. Mm. Mm. Cream crackered. This guy's seriously, he's 8 hours behind. That's like, oh, what did he say? Can't, oh yeah, I got that pressing. I think I've got that pressing. I think I've got, I think I've got the Japan, oh, was it the Japan press? Nasty. Hmm. Yeah, I'm getting some sleep. Yeah, I think. Where is it? Where is it? Oh,